This place... But I digress. Here's your payment. Well earned as always. You need to... The ship travels the northern coast and sometimes isn't even in Skyrim at all. So you'll have to be patient. Good luck. Good luck. And try not to let yourself
I can't... Hello? Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing. Can't wait to hear all about the next person you murdered.
You talk to Egg Brothers. Deja has no words for you.
By the order of the Jarl. Stop right there. Somebody help! Hey, watch what you're doing! Help! Someone!
Keep your hands to yourself.
Help! Someone's being attacked!
Yeah.
Check the shadows!
I'm going to find whoever did this.
Another poor soul lost. Is someone there?
I never should have come here.
Yo, what up, fam?
Over here.
I can't unequip my alchemy gear without it crashing my game. Big sad.
Fools, run!
You're back. Let's play a game. Aww. Mama took me. What is it? This is great. Wow, thanks.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
Good. It has. Here, this is your half, love.
Honor to you, my Thane. Honored to see you again, my Thane. Honored to see you again, my Thane. What do you need, my Thane?
Mama!
If you're looking for passive...
You haven't seen Cretius Corellius, have you? That foolish old man's taken my pickaxe again. No, this isn't just your run of... They don't exactly grow on trees. I prefer to handle these things. Look, if you see Cretius, tell him to give me that pickaxe back, and I'll pay you for the trouble. Well, it's been a long time since someone from the guilds bothered to make their way out here. So tell me, how's my brother Delvin? Still spending his nights at the Ragged Flagon trying to win Vex's heart? Good to hear. Tam Layabout never even bothers to send his own flesh and blood a letter saying how he's doing. Can you imagine? Anyway, I suppose you're looking for work. Well, I got bad news. This place is drier than a damn bone. Eager to make some I'll tell you what. The guild's got a problem out here that I've been trying to deal with for years, but haven't been able. Don't look at me like that. I'm all alone out here, with no one to watch my back. And besides, it's really my problem anyway. I caused it. A fellow Breton who went by the name Esmond Tyne showed up on my doorstep about a fortnight ago. He noticed the shadow marks like you did, and I thought he was one of us. That he did. It's my own formula for improved bone mold. Took me years to perfect. Well, before he ran off, he was talking some nonsense about trying to fence goods to the Reeklings at Castle Karstadt. I told him he was crazy to even think about talking to those vicious... I'd bet a fat purse of coin that he's either dead or high. You do that, and I'll make sure you're set up right. You won't be disappointed. A fine question, and the one that I hear most often from visitors to our town. I wish I had a more romantic tale to tell, but I was simply seeking my fortune and chose Raven Rock to ply my trade. Besides, knowing how to repair bone mold armor wasn't very useful in Riften. I had a friend over there, a dark elf named Van Rythe, a very talented artist. Spent a lot of time with the guy swapping smithing techniques. Learned. After he moved on to greener pastures, I decided to pack up, move out here, and put those lessons to the test. Been here ever since.
Your visit here will be tolerated as long as you abide by our law. I have to be. As second counselor,
How do you
the
feel?
security of Raven Rock is
Take a
my
look.
primary concern.
Remember, I have plenty of potions and
we'll-
ingredients if you're ever in the market.
sworn to keep Councillor Morvain safe, and I intend to take that oath.
Welcome to... If the quality's right, I'll take those off your... Got the best merchandise on the island. Have a look for yourself. Next time you're hungry, stop by.
Want to buy anything? Mining gear? No. However, it's an they gave them to they're no longer being made, so here's your coin. Keep bringing me more. See for yourself. East Empire pendants are scattered all over, so leave no stone unturned.
This may be the frontier, but we've still got rules. Break them and you'll wind up in the prisons.
Looking for any potions? Ingredients? Alchemical supplies? If you're looking for any exotic ingredients, just ask. You might have what you need. My husband, Garen. Without him, Raven Rock would likely go hungry. Good afternoon. Hmm?
Anything you can offer. Bless you, Matsera. Another day of misery.
Miserable. Don't like. Every day it's the same. What kind of a life is that? Keep yourself safe.
I work for Mogul.
Solstice
You got a
still a
problem?
I'll give you
dangerous
this warning
place.
only once. Stay out of my way, and we'll do just fine.
If you've got any gripes, check in at Morgan. The second counselor, Arano, will sort it.
You lost?
On behalf of House... Solstheim is theoretically under my rule, but without revenue from the mine. Not that there's much beyond the confines of our... Well, there's a small enclave of Nords to the north in Skal Village. They pretty much keep to themselves, and we both like it that way. Then there's Tel Mithrin to the east. The Telvanni live out there. Sort of a strange lot. But since we're both... Other than that, Solstheim is crawling with bandits and reeklings. But that's to be expected living in... It used to be one of the richest ebony... Now, we're barely holding out here. Without the mine, we're the mightiest of the great houses, and we lead the council. The ruling body... This isn't Skyrim, Outlander. A group of powerful and influential Dunmer families have been ruling Morrowind for... They embody a council made up of 5 great houses. Telvanni, Drez, Indoril, Sadras, and Redorin. Well, of course, with 4 other houses on the council, someone has to keep the rabble organized. Our house leads the council by virtue of our preeminence in battle, wisdom, and ancestral glory. Yes, I am. If you're interested in pursuing the subject, help yourself to any of the historical volumes in my library. My doors are open if you wish to discuss matters.
You look able to venture out. A few months ago, I had sent an important folio to the first edition bookshop in the Imperial City. They sent it back to me recently, but it never arrived. Yes, the Strident... The damn thing sunk right off the coast of Solstheim. One of the sailors survived. Poor thing. Before he died, he told the Redorin Guard about the wreck, and warned us that it was going to be Thank you. You have no idea how much it hurts losing
Just
such a
remember who's
precious
in
heirloom.
charge around here.
My husband is...
This is House Redorin territory. You do well to remember that.
Are you here to pray? Or perhaps pay your respects? There where we inter our... Sadly, we've been unable to use the ancestral tomb beneath the temple as of late, and have resorted to other locations to... Those foul vermin. They're befouling the memories. Here, this key should open the door to the tomb. The Dunmer race doesn't bury their dead, or leave them to rot inside a stone sarcophagus. When a Dunmer passes, his body is given to fire, so he might return to the ash from whence he came. The Dunmer don't believe that death is the end. We believe that it's the beginning. Be cautious, friend. The Ashspawn are soulless beings with no regard for compassion. Excuse me, but the temple is for follow. Elder Arthroloth is grooming me to be his eventual replacement. Soon I'll be running the temple. I'm hoping you didn't suffer much at the hands of those foul beings. Please. The reclamations are the true tribunal. The Daedra that consecrate the Dunmer people. Azura, Methala, and Boethia. We call them the true tribunal because they have reclaimed their place in our hearts. Sotha Sil, Amalexia, and Vivek represent what was. Beings who won the Dunmer people's hearts with their actions, but blinded them just the same. They were aberrations, false prophets. They used their status as heroes to shield the truth. But now that they've been destroyed, the light can finally shine upon the House of Reclamations. If they desire salvation, the citizens of Ravenlock need to open their eyes. Headed east. May want to give the Talmithran a wide berth.
Murgle doesn't lend coin to outlanders.
Teldrin Sero, blade for hire.
I'll give you...
If
you're
have the
dealing with
coin,
me, there's only
I'm at
one
your
thing to
service.
remember. Pay your
Now,
debts
if you'll
or
excuse
end
me.
up hurt.
Welcome to the Retching Netch Corner Club, milady. If you need anything, Master Geldis will be happy to help you. Welcome to the Retching Netch, the finest sujamma across your lips, friend. Me own... In fact, I've just added some new ingredients. All I need to do is get the word out that it's ready, and they'll... I was gonna open... Here, take these samples of the sujamma and spread the word. If you get rid of all of them, there's something extra in it for you. Welcome to the Retching Netch, Outlander. What can I get? The Redoran Guard have spotted a pack of werewolves in the mountains. The hunters up on Frostmoon Crag might know more. What's
Vendel
this stuff out there?
Severin.
Looks like an ash storm.
Oh, hello. You looking... Well, tell Geldis that Miri says she really appreciates it. Next
time. Miserable. At least my father will let me drink whatever I want without complaining. Tell Geldis I appreciate it.
Hey yo, we're back.
Want to buy... Geldis needs to bottle this up and send it to the mainland instead of wasting his time
Keep
out
yourself
here.
safe.
Welcome to
His
Raven.
drinks are outstanding.
Always a pleasure to
Thanks.
taste anything Geldis comes up with. Next
East
time you're
Empire
hungry,
pendants are
stop by.
scattered all over.
I always
So
have
leave
plenty
no
of
stone
food for sale.
Find my... Perfect. I was just thinking about heading over for a drink. Thanks for saving me the trip.
You're... What?
You tell Crescius
Oh,
he
no,
better give
thank
that
you.
pickaxe
I
back
need to
to
keep
me,
my head
or
clear.
else.
Remember, we're watching you.
As the wife... Oh, how kind. Thank Geldis for me, won't you? My husband is second counselor,
Oh.
so I certainly have the
Not
means to
today.
reward you
Too
if
many
you find
things
my
on my
folio.
mind.
Pleasant journey, Samuel.
I'd be on the first ship off this island if I had the coin. What a waste.
It's
East
been a
Empire
long time
pendants are
since I
scattered
walked the
all over,
ashlands of
so leave
Vardenfell.
no stone
I
unturned.
miss it terribly.
My wife and I are doing the best we can to keep Raven Rock fed.
This island's nothing but a
Next
pile
time
of
you're
rubble.
hungry, stop
What's
by.
the point trying to make
I
a
always
life
have
here?
plenty of food for sale.
Keep yourself safe. Solstheim's still a dangerous place.
Murgle doesn't lend coin to outlanders. Look somewhere else.
I'll give you the... Take that swill and pour it down a well.
Fight well.
You looking for trouble? Stay out of my way.
Teldrin Serro, blade for hire. If you have the coin, I'm at your service.
Welcome. Sorry. Gildus won't allow me to drink while I'm working at Venetch.
Mafala Cloaking.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for supplies, talk to Thetis. He'll set you up with whatever you need.
Come on, Bobo. I love you, Bobo.
I can feel it. The tree stone is free again. The oneness of the land is restored. Does that mean... is it over? Is Mirak defeated? Then my father's sacrifice. Tell me, was it the only way? Did he need to die? Yes, his help which did not require him to kill my father. Such is the way of Hermamora. One more thing, Scalford. I know it is not my place, but... may I offer a word of advice? Of warning? As shaman of the Skal, I am... while you are not of the Skal, you are Skal friend. And so I give you this warning. Hermamora forced you to serve him in order to defeat me. The Allmaker made you Dragonborn for a higher purpose. Walk with the Allmaker. My father was a noble man, and a true Skal. My heart is still heavy. Join you? You mean leave the village to journey with you and fight at your side? Well, I'm flattered, but the village is my home. It's very rare for one of the Skal to leave, and I have responsibilities here. You're right. I suppose the others can get... Very well. If you need my help, seek me out here in the village. She was caught in a terrible snowstorm. You must understand that for the Skal, life is a constant hardship. Between the wolves, the weather, and the threats in the south, even a simple task like gathering wood for the fire can turn deadly. We are bound to this land, like a great pine with roots that run as deep as the tree is tall. I know it must seem strange to you, but for us, the thought of leaving our village is equally strange. The land and the Skal are one. There is no other way to say it. I will follow you, Skal friend, but I must return to the village after.
My mother was Skal, but she left the village and I was born in Skyrim. They all make a trade ship from Skyrim. My mother fell in love with one of the sailors, my father, and eventually returned with him to Skyrim. Sadly, no. She died in Fall Creek, where I was born. I came across a few of my mother's old things not long ago. Among them was a necklace that my father gave to her when they were married. I believe she would want it placed upon her tombstone in Fall Creek, as a symbol of her undying love and the great sacrifice she made for it. If you find yourself in Fall Creek, please give this amulet to the priest Brunel and tell him that I sent you. He will understand. I don't have much to give in reward, but return to me when the task is done and I'll do what I can. Thank you, Skal friend. Well, my mother used to say that I was born, and it's true that my heart has always been restless, and fighting was the only way I could find peace. I was a soldier for a time, and then a mercenary, but I was never truly happy until I came here. Well, the dragons are in constant danger, but so far they have taken little interest in our village. Thank the All-Maker for that. But have they forced us to change the way we live our lives? No, not at all. They are but one more hardship, added to the many we already endure. Strength and courage be always with you.
My son and I gather items. Take a look. I gathered some plants that are useful for making potions, but I have other goods as well. right place.
What do you... The others call you a friend, but I still see an outsider.
I came here to... Well, I suppose it's been nearly... In fact, they've been very accommodating. Hospitable, even. Solstheim is a fascinating... Yeah, given that. Either that, or perhaps a Daedra. Powerful and... Some of the more powerful among them can exert their influence within our world. Oh, no. Solstheim is a fascinating place. We know so little about its past. I do enjoy sharing stories of my travels in Tamriel with young Nicholas.
It's been many winters since my husband returned from Maker, but my heart still aches from the loss. I have goods to offer if you have need. My son's... his name is... I've tried to tell him that the world beyond our lands is dangerous. You would do that? Yes. Perhaps you can convince him. I would be grateful if you would do this thing outside.
I welcome you, friend of the Skull.
That you can make my son.
I am called Wolf Wildblood. I am first hunter of the Skull.
I've tried to interest the villagers in reading and history.
I fear what would have happened if you hadn't freed us.
If Nicholas leaves me now, I will be truly lonely.
Perhaps I'll... That's right. I'm wary of living in this village. I know it must be hard for an adventurer such as you to understand this, but we Skull live very boring. I know that it would be difficult for her. Well, I know if the risk is truly so great, I can see that it... You have helped me to see wisdom, and I thank you for that, Skull friend.
If Nicholas... May the All-Maker... I wish perhaps these will prove useful to you. These herbs are unique to the island, and their light cannot be found elsewhere.
The elders talk of Great Sig is much bigger than our village. But why
I
would
am in no
anyone
mood
need
to
so
talk,
little?
outsider. One of the Skull has gone missing. It is Baldur Ironshaper. As our only smith, Baldur is very... I saw two elves, south and west. If your road takes you
It brings
that
me
way,
great
perhaps-
comfort. No,
Kind of Baldur.
This is clear.
Where did you come from? I am sorry, but you left me with no choice.
I have been taken against my will. I'm in need of rescue. Outsider, I remember you. You're the one who freed the skull from the dark spell. Thank the All-Maker that you have come. These accursed elves have taken me from my home. No, my wounds... At worst, I have a few bruises to show for my own. I do not know this word, Thalmor. But if you mean the elves, they were trying to learn the secrets of... Their leader, an elf named Ankarian, has a map. He says that it shows the location of enchanted ice, as hard as iron and as cold as death. Stalrum can be forged into deadly weapons, but the art is known only to the smiths of the Skull. They have a ship, They took me there and showed me the map. You will find it on the northern coast of the island. Please. I will return to the village. When you have the map, please bring it to me there. And thank you. May the All-Maker bless your days.
You are trespassing here. I strongly suggest you move along. You will find him on the deck. Any hint of treachery, and your life is forfeit. Out of my way. Never should have...
protect me! But you left me with no... By the All-Maker!
Whatcha? go. Boss says you're to come back with me. Come on, let's go.
I told him no once already. There's something you need.
Sarah?
I'm not chasing that man.
Yes, Sarah?
It's a fool's errand. I'm done. Leave me alone.
Boss said to bring you back, or bring back your corpse.
Is that so? Well, you'll never get that treasure. Yes.
It is good to see you again, my friend. Did you find the elves at their ship? I know you face great danger. I name you Friend of the Skull. And I will if you bring Stalrim here to my fort, until our next meeting, Skull friend. May your hunts always bring you game, and your crops grow tall and bountiful. I fear to think what would... Well, first you'll need to obtain some Stalrim, of course. And then you'll need to work it. You can find some in Raven Rock Mine, as well as that new source of Stalrim. Just be sure to bring an ancient Nord pickaxe with you. It's the only pickaxe that can mine the Stalrim properly without breaking it. Take a look.
How you went in search of Baldur. That was very brave. And in fact, that's just the kind of courage I'm looking for. Quite right. Quite. As a scholar of history, I've come to know those ruins so well, I could draw you a map from memory. That's why I noticed the new passage the moment. An old tomb, I think. I'd love to have a closer look. I'll be heading back there soon. If you're interested, meet me at the ruins and we'll see what we can find. Now I'm off to back to the expedition. I came here to study the history of Solstheim. But it's the skull who intrigued me the most. I do enjoy sharing stories of my travels in Tamriel with young Nicholas.
My father was a noble man, and a true Skal. It has been an honor, Skal friend.
If you're looking for supplies, talk to Thetis. He'll set you up with whatever.
Your visit here will be tolerated as long as
Any
you
luck
abide
tracking
by-
down Esmond? I told him not to head up there. Sounds like the bloody Here, help yourself to whatever you like inside. I won't be using it anymore. Find my... You've been a good friend to me. That means something. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. precious, he better give that pickaxe back to me.
Looking for any potions? I should mix some of this into my next potion. Who knows what would happen? I think I can teach you a thing or two. Take a look. Remember, I have plenty of potions and ingredients if you're ever in the market.
Want to buy an... Geldis needs to bottle this up and send it to the mainland instead of wasting his time out here. I am. Here you go. Everything I've got on display, really. You need any supplies?
Don't pity. The day I refuse Sujama from Geldis is the day I sprout wings and fly off this rock. Thank you, Outlander. I was one of the wealthiest miners in... I never saw... Unlike most... Councillor Morvain was kind enough to allow Runs and I to live in one of the abandoned buildings. At least it keeps the ash out of our eyes.
Always... Sure, got nothing better to do. I hope you enjoy your stay in Raven Rock.
Time to die! Those actually never should have come here.
That's it. Good enough.
Ran away, I guess. Hey, watch it. Headed east. May want to give the Talmithran a wide berth. I don't like the looks of that place.
Over here!
Looky here.
Oh, this is... Before I could... This is what I get. Well, and might be over either way. It looked like a dead end before the place started crawling. We could have missed something, though. I don't know. Any luck?
Now, if you'll excuse me.
What do you want, Imperial? The wait. Yeah? We sail as soon as I'm paid. Right then. Let's be off.
The Northern Maiden is shipshape and ready to go.
The Northern Maiden is shipshape and ready to go.
Sorry, but I'm not looking to hire any more crew.
Never
right
much
now.
cared for Windhelm.
Right.
Places
See you
to
around.
trust.
Hey, brother, how you doing? I messed up my profile. WhatsApp? What's up? Or you want my WhatsApp? I don't have a WhatsApp. That's just a rhetorical question. Like, I made this ring. Let me show you. It's got so much health on it, right? If I take that ring off, I die. I've also figured out that I can, cause I was using that restoration alchemy loop, I can make insane potions. And, like, I'll level it up insanely quick, and when I had my weaponsmithing up in an insane amount from said loop, I can just sell, anything that's over, like, 1,000,000. Even though I'm not getting 1,000,000 back, it just instantly levels up my speech to 100, so I've been grinding levels. I do have some God of War videos. I started playing it on the hardest difficulty if you want to check those out, man. My first video did very well. I got like 100-something views. But, the prior streams for God of War have not done too hot. It's like I got like 100, almost 200 views on one of them, and the rest of them I barely get 7 or 8. I am good, bro. Today is in our country. It's Sunday. No schools are there. It's Sunday? Oh, it is Sunday. What the fuck? It's art. Whoa, 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 whoa. It said Sunday. I gotta stop. I have this thing, and it has to do with my. I think it's like an illusion of the brain. Like I'll be thinking of something, and I'll look at it, and I'll see that thing that's in my head. And if I sit there and I stare at the thing and it goes back to normal, I can't really call it dyslexia, because that's where like you swap certain words. Like say you confused a P for a Q or a B for a V or something. It's like you mix up certain letters. I want to say that's an actual like psychological term. I wouldn't really call it confusion, but it's like a... But you said Sunday, and I looked at my phone, and it said Sunday. I swear I saw it say Sunday, but then I'd take a second look, and it's Saturday, and I'm like, whoa. But I'm glad you don't got any school, man. That's good. How did your Christmas party go? Or have you already celebrated Christmas?
Coustis was... Mo? I knew her. Now, what can I do for young Mo? I'll be glad to oblige. Tell Morwen I'll be happy to grant her request. I'm sure it will bring joy to her mother.
What? I mean, I guess I understand. Do you have another holiday that you celebrate, or is there like some sort of festival or celebration you guys have at this time of the year? Because I understand not everyone does. It's more of like a Western concept. But I kind of got a, what do you want to call it, Nordic or Scandinavian heritage. And before they got Christianized, they were kind of pagan. They celebrated Yule, which, I mean, now Yule is like the common tongue. It's just like another word for Christmas time and stuff like that, because that whole religion and tradition of like, you can call it like northern Europe, like the island people, if you will. But it's like 13 days of celebration, and they got all kinds of like monsters and trolls and gnomes that come out of the night to mess with you. There's like spoon liquor, bowl liquor. There's some other nasty ones. Door banger. Like you literally like slam your doors and keep you up all night. There's a guy that eats your leftovers when you set them down before you go to bed. Guy eats your crumbs out of the skillet for your food, the leftovers, all kinds of crazy things to get the kiddos to be good. But you know, Hanukkah, the Jewish people, they got 8 days of celebration. But my ancestors had 13 days. So whenever I get out and I get my own place and stuff, I'm gonna start celebrating Yule. I'm gonna have 13 days of partying instead of just the normal get together at the end of the month. I'm sure. Well, I guess not everyone has 2 weeks to chillax and max like a baller, but yeah, where there's a will, there's a way.
You've been a good... The finest weapons and armor.
Diwali and Pongal, more bro. In Diwali, we will fire like fireworks, like you make explosives and stuff. That's kind of cool. That's very neat. I'm gonna write that down and look that up. 'Cause I always like to learn more about other traditions and cultures. I try and, because I mean, there's a lot of wonder. Oh, it's the Festival of Lights held in the period of October to November. Huh. That's kind of neat. See, I've heard some stories that the reason Alexander the Great never got to conquer India, I mean, they say his army got tired. But see, common tradition back in the day, like even the Romans were like this. When you were such a well-respected military might or emperor or this just noble, you never really told people about your losses. It was more about saying them in a way that still made you look good. You never wanted to really tell the truth about your losses. You basically disguise your L's as a W. I've heard that those ancient Indians actually had cannons and gunpowder and actual firearms, and so it's like you got a bunch of people on horses and spears and shields made out of, I don't even think they had steel. It was more of like bronze and refined copper, maybe some iron. Up against, fucking guns and shit. You're not really gonna win. You're not gonna win that fight. You're not gonna conquer any lands. A bunch of your people are gonna die or be intimidated if people can create thunder from a distance. Loud, brazen noises and stuff. I mean, these people made statues to their gods and worshipped them. Granted, I guess you still have statues to gods and temples, but like... Well, there is some Indo-European roots that they kind of share too. Maybe it was like the different tribes of people have... Well, getting back into that, the Nordic people, I kind of, well, halfway, it's like part of my family. They kind of have roots all the way down into that, like, region. Maybe not as far as into India, but, like, Iran and Syria and stuff like that. At some point, those people ventured off to that countryside, or those people, or those barbarians from the north, west, came down and pillaged them. But they share similar roots, especially in like Odin, this all-father, one-eyed person that they respected as like the head of their pantheon. And then you go down to that religion, and they had this like demon that was one-eyed, and he was like this destroyer that was gonna bring about the end times. So technically, Odin inevitably does bring upon Ragnarok onto his people. Can you tell any famous place in India? Off the top of my head, no. I don't think I know of any particular name of current. But I was talking about, you guys were a lot more advanced than the Greeks of the Common Era back in like 500 BC. But I mean, if that were the case, how did that technology kind of get lost, or do you just not need it? Or was there like a great collapse or some sort of disastrous event that kind of caused your resources to be diverted elsewhere? But I mean, technically, the Chinese, they were like the first people to master that. Well, we say they were, and they're really close to India. Like they share the same continent, Asia. So I mean, I still believe it. You don't know about... Oh, the Taj Mahal! Yeah, okay. But, like... It doesn't... It's... I know when you say that, but off the top of my head, I don't have them, like, memorized is the word. Like, I can't just, pull from my, brain and, like, say that to people. But there's, like, other places, too. There's, like, ancient temples and ruins. I'm really fascinated with a lot of, like, sort of archaeology, because you'll have statues of, I mean, people say it's just simple things like grindstones and flowers and stuff like that, but then you also have talks about how it's arc reactors, and they had knowledge of the UFOs and stuff. Like, how advanced were your ancient people before now? Like, what really happened to cause them to lose that? Because, I mean, some of those statues, man, they kind of reveal a lot if you look into it like that. And I know it might either be in Cambodia, but I want to say it might be like a sub-region of India. There's a whole temple complex, ancient city that no one can visit because it's so heavily irradiated. Like there's so much, it's like a nuclear bomb was dropped at some point, way before the Americans or the Germans even came up or rediscovered the technology. Like someone discovered this potential, and somehow it's been lost to time again. But I mean, obviously, if it blew up in their faces, I can see how it got lost. But shit like that fascinates me. Red Fort and the Golden Temple. But the Taj Mahal also has like that great uh is it like a lake in front of it or like a mirror pool? Me even getting into that, it's like you have this temple and then you also have this like lake of water. But you'll see this like there's I mean it's not exactly the same structure, but it's like you'll see similar structures even I want to say to the east too, but as you go west, some of their countries, great cities. I mean, we even modeled it in America. You look at the Capitol Hill, we'll have like the Mirror Lake, and then that temple. Well, it's like a building with a dome, and then you got that lake or small pond with water, and then you'll have like a peak, like we have the pillar, the Washington Monument, and that's been like rumored since medieval times, since it goes like way back, like it was like an ancient means of transmitting through the sky. Like they'll either burn smoke or some sort of device, and you can read like smoke signals through the sky. Taj Mahal is a symbol of love. Huh. That's actually pretty cool. Red Fort. It's a fort in Delhi. Yeah, I've heard of Delhi. But that's some cool shit. I'm looking at that right now. I'm looking it up. And see, it's just... I mean, maybe they might have had some bad winters or stuff like that, but I just wonder where those people went. I mean, maybe they just got old and their kids didn't want to bother with it. But dang. Golden Temple in India. Oh, the Sikh Golden Temple, or is it the Sheikh? Or the... Isn't that where, like, it's considered like a holy body of water and people will bathe in it as like a sign of curing their diseases and stuff? Or I guess I might be thinking of some other place. That's really cool. But I mean, there's also stuff that isn't discovered like that. There's stuff that's buried so
Looking
deep
to
under the
protect
ground.
yourself or deal some
Like,
damage?
as many great wonders that we have on the surface over there, I wonder how many are still underground, like have yet to be discovered, you know? Just waiting to be mined out.
Return anytime. You're quite welcome here.
Everything I've got on display, really. Safe travels, Landstrider.
You gonna buy something? Or just here for everything I've got on display? Really?
My game's freezing. I think my game's about to crash.
when you're ready to spend more
But I
gold.
appreciate you dropping in and telling me some of that, man. I need to venture out
Buy
there
some armor
sometime.
and live to tell about it.
I think there's also, I want to say it's up in the mountains or like the hills, but there's a small, well, I can't really call it a small village, but it's a village in the mountains.
Protect yourself right. Buy
They
armor
ban
from
people
Grelka.
from drinking alcohol, but they have some of the best, what is the word for it? There's so many different words. The Espanol people call it marijuana.
Looking
I
to
think
stay alive?
the correct
Why
English
take a
term is
chance?
cannabis. But the unconventional term's weed. They grow some of the best weed over there, man. And I want to say in certain religious followings, there's a, I want to say it's people under Shiva. They'll either cover themselves in the white ash smoke of said burnt bud, or I guess it's the fiery ash from it, but they kind of like paint themselves to look kind of like pale, and I guess the smoking helps them achieve some sort of enlightenment or like inner connection with their god Shiva. I guess they fall under the path of Shiva, because I know there's, depending on where you're from and what you look at it,
Looking to stay alive?
all the
Why
all
take
the
a
gods are
chance?
like connected to one being or universal life force, and they can take on many forms, and different people tend to worship or favor certain forms over the other, but that doesn't necessarily take away from the other ones. They're still all a part
Buy
of the
some
whole.
armor and live to tell about
But
it.
Shiva's like creator, destroyer, maker of things. He's like the conscious, and you got Kali, and she's like the unconscious.
Fresh meats and produce.
But I don't know if he's necessarily just married to Kali, or if Kali's just like the destroyer form of his
Protect
wife.
yourself right.
I
Buy
want to say he's
armor
also
from
married to
Grelka.
another lady, but then going back to the whole, there are many forms they can take, but they all go back to the one. There's many divine forms. No, Kali's like this manifestation or primordial aspect of
Buy some armor and live to tell about it.
this other
My husband
goddess,
Bercy
but
will be the death of me. Oh, he spends too much
I guess
time
it's
worrying
like
about
a
Riften and not
divine
enough about
anger,
himself.
divine wrath is a better way to explain it.
I've never seen
Because
the
there
orb
was this
upset
great,
about anything.
what do you call him?
The city really gets to her.
A demon in my tongue, but is it an Asura? Ashura? Guy with, every time he
All the
died, he
crime and
just spawned
corruption in
1,000
Riften
more
is
of him,
really
or
getting
more
to
of his
him.
minions.
And
Like,
now
he
that we hear
couldn't
rumors about the
necessarily be
dragons,
killed.
he's been very
And so
depressed.
Kali was called upon to either
Looking to
slay
stay
all
alive?
of them at
Why take a
once
chance?
and drink up their blood so he couldn't spawn more, or I guess it's also a metaphor because she represents time in the end and destruction, so therefore, like,
Bercy's afraid
that
that
means
someone's
nothing
making a
to
move
her,
to
so
take
she
the pawn
could sit
pawn
there.
from us.
It's
I
like a
think he's being
metaphor for how
paranoid.
time devours all in the end. Even if you keep respawning, she will eventually catch up to you and get you. Nothing can escape time. We are all subject to its influence. Man.
All meats guaranteed clean and free from rock joints.
Protect yourself right.
But I wouldn't mind visiting, man. Honestly, there's a lot of different cool sites. I guess I'd definitely need to do some research. You know, pack some bags, bring some. I'll definitely learn the customs and the culture. I can't just like go over there and try and speak English. I'd be considered some uncultured swine. But you know, gotta learn how to respect
Looking to stay alive?
the people
Why
of the
take a
different
chance?
lands, and you know, explore and take in the sights. Oh, in India people are very bad because they are be alive or believe. I'm gonna assume you meant believe the god, and the people are thinking like the god was telling to kill the people, and like, oh, but it is illegal. Like, to kill is illegal in India, but they do it anyways. Well, I mean, that's like... I mean, have you heard of, like, the Holy Wars and the Crusades of the Catholic people and the Protestants of before? I mean, I think this is more like Middle Ages and whatnot, but, like... I wouldn't necessarily consider it a fault of your own people, but they'll use their relevant culture and traditions and religions to justify their own means and ends. Like, it's like an age-old human concept. I'm not trying to say we are, like, different. I mean, yes, we have our different ways of talking and expression and our own unique language that we take our forms with, but, like, at the end of the day, we're still human beings. We just grew up in different sides of the world. But that idea that, like, you can be talking to your God and you can understand him and he's telling you to do this, but really it's just your own will and you're imposing it on other people to justify what you want. That's like that's like as old as time, man. That's as old as different cultures, different religions have done that very same thing. I mean, it's sad that you guys are suffering from that, but like that is, I want to call it a part of the human condition where we like to be the gods, or we are the divine conduit. Like, Christian religion's very popular over here, but then you'll see other cults and things propagate where people pretend to be that figure. They'll pretend to be Jesus, they'll pretend to be the Brahmin, they'll pretend to be Shiva's prophet, and then they'll go out and spread their word, but not really believe the God's philosophy, or that wisdom, that divine wisdom. They just, you know, they say they have it, and they try and convince the people, and it's all like, you know, a scam. They want your money, they want your life, they want your will, they want your mind, they want to harvest you for everything they can to pursue their agenda that isn't really. But, you know, those people will get theirs in the afterlife, man. You can't, you know, desecrate the human world and, like, do evil things without having some sort of primordial repercussions, you know?
Why take a chance?
That's why you gotta respect people and, be one with nature. And nature will respect you in the end. And, you know, you'll get a nice, a nice place after death. But those people will definitely get, like, the worst punishment when they're all said and done. Oh, I totally fucking forgot. The caste system. Oh god, that, you know, that has to be why all your guys' technology, like, you guys used to be so advanced, like, before people even, well, I mean, it might also be the Arabics too, they were pretty advanced too. Like, when it was before BC, during AD, and you have the whole Christian story or miracle of how Jesus turned water into wine, the Arabics had the technology to distill liquor. I mean, granted, they probably didn't necessarily know everything down to an exact science like how we can now, like the precise parameters, the different chemicals and everything. But they were able to, you know, make, you know, hard liquor, whereas people were only really relying on fermentation and, like, trying to make the hardest wines. And I guess beers and stuff. So it's like, I'm not necessarily taking away from his, you know, divine miracle, but I'm saying there's physical explanations for how it is possible for him to just kind of make that stuff appear. It wasn't just like, you know, magic and stuff out of thin air. There's an actual, it all goes back to, like, knowledge and wisdom. When you are actually the god, you have the knowledge of everything. You know how to manipulate the world in the way you know, like how the creator created everything. He put it all in order. You know how to, the right ways and to create order, even through the chaos. But I mean, whether you have children of order, you're gonna have children of chaos. But how I went on a tangent. We're talking about the caste system. I started talking about alcohol again. I gotta stop that. But the caste system, yeah, you got the people at the low end of the totem pole. There's reincarnation.
Wait.
Oh my. I totally forgot. So it's not. They'll just think they'll be reborn again.
Nah, man. There's gotta be like a limbo. You don't just like immediately get reincarnated as soon as you die. I think you gotta like... There's like an in-between where it's like if you've done bad things, you're gonna get thrown into hell for a bit and, you know, learn the error of your ways before you get cast back up here. But I do think that's crazy. You can be born into like a rich family and nobility. But I mean, we've kind of had that concept too, but just not to that extreme, like where you have your rich nobles and they like keep the wealth in their family, but that's like a whole caste system. And then if you're born into the poor or the like the lowlies or even the untouchables, society just literally casts you as like an outsider and you're literally seen as dirt. You have no respect. You can never obtain respect because you were born into that whole you're basically born at the bottom of the pyramid, and if people are born at the top, they're treated like gods, and they get all the food and all the money, and they can basically do as they wish. That's fucked up. I'm not exactly for communism, but like I think the wealth should not necessarily be hoarded at one point. But then again, you know, we don't live in a perfect world, my man. We don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world that has evil, and we have the decision to be good or bad, and that's what makes us have freedom.
Like you could use a drink.
So where there is good, there will also be bad, but you have the choice to decide for yourself whether you want to be good or bad. Granted, I guess you can't necessarily go against the whole system. I mean, we talk about over here how the system's designed to get you, and it's out for other races and minorities. Like, we basically pick on the weak too, in a sense, over here, but you guys do that on a whole nother fucking level. It's like, man, you get born at the bottom of the fucking barrel, good luck trying to get up. At least, like, over here, if you're born black or, you know, Mexican or whatever, your family can, like, work business or learn a trade or get some form of education, and, like, you can still have prejudice. That'll always exist, but, like, there's hope that you can, like, transcend that. Like, you can still better yourself. I mean, if you're born down there as like a beggar, you're just stuck as a beggar for life. I mean, there's gotta be a way we can, like, you know, reinvent the wheel. How do so? How do you know about India this much? Oh, 'cause my homie over here's talking about India. I got a friend from India. He likes to watch my channel, so he was sitting there telling me about it, so I was talking to him about it. Do you have anything you'd like to add on India, my friend? I mean, if you're wondering why it's not that I know, it's that I don't know much about India at all, and I'm fascinated with other cultures of the world, and I like to learn about things other than myself sometimes. Okay, granted, I guess I should learn about myself more, but that's besides the point. I think the way in which people, their architecture, their culture, their tradition, how their religion's formed, how they like treat themselves, how they treat their society, how they come together as a whole, is fascinating. It's like the human form. And the human condition can take many forms, you know, good, evil, and like everything in between, man. If anything, me learning about other places and races and customs makes me feel more human myself. Makes me feel more in touch with the world around me, even though I couldn't probably ever touch it or visit it. You got anything else you'd like to add? I mean, I guess stream takes a minute or so. I was probably talking for a minute. I guess I'll do some reading. There's a Red Fort, Taj Mahal, and go out to Walling. Hey, that's actually cool. That's near mine. That's near the day I was born.
There's a nip in the air. Cold won't be good for my crops. Never is.
And the human ability to overcome. Well, that's really that's actually pretty neat.
Wait, I know you. What?
Leave me alone. Can't an old man have some peace?
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. You and me, take a look.
So you guys have changed the caste system? I mean, does everyone subscribe to that form of belief, my man? But the one dude was mentioning the untouchables. Like, do you still have a lowly caste of people who are considered, you know, dirt and like can't ever like get out of that? Or can everyone hope to obtain a higher level and like a form of like respect against, you know, in like a common theme, like, you know, people can be treated as like human beings instead of like, you know, dirt?
Do come back.
Let me know if you see anything you like. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content. I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service. If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content.
Well, I mean, how would you go about defining it, man? Well, like, maybe in the modern sense, because I was looking at Wikipedia and stuff like that, and what I would get from it would be what the British, when they kind of colonized the area, you know, they wrote back in their books, and that shit made its way over to where I live. And so when I was in school and I read upon it, I understand it may not be 100% what everyone is about now. You know, we're evolving with the times just like everyone else. But like when him telling me about it, it's like people don't even. It's like they'll freely kill those people and not think twice about it. And it's like I kind of get like in modernized cities and stuff like that, it probably doesn't have much of an effect or influence. But from what I am seeing over here on these web articles in like remote areas, like you say, it's still a thing that's practiced, even though like yes, technically it's not backed by law anymore, but like people are kind of stuck in their ways where they've like done this for so long. It's all they know, and it's like what they, you know, believe. It's hard to change an old it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. It's a metaphor, and I'm not calling people dogs, but we share a lot of things in common. From removing inside Laura Caspi point out educated, still some illiterate people practice. I mean, fair point. I mean, and that's good that the situation is evolving, but it was still like a thing at one point.
What do you need,
But it's like,
my
you
friend?
know, my country had slavery for the longest time, but we eventually
So
got
you're
rid of that.
interested
It
in
still
my
doesn't.
potions and ingredients?
I mean, they're slowly getting past that. I mean, you still go back to certain areas in America, and like it's very much like they've done away with it. It's kind of like illegal, but it's still kind of it's like slavery but with extra steps. Certain areas in the deep south, you still have African Americans living on these farms and stuff, working for these people, and they're giving living accommodations and stuff. But they're very much stuck working for the white man, and some of them enjoy it. Some of them don't even care. They're just happy to have food on the table and steady work. But I still think it's fucked up that like they've basically conned a group of people, a society, if you will, a race of people into doing what their ancestors were stuck doing by force. But then you go back to it, how they originally got there, their own society sold them out. A lot of these people that got shipped over initially were prisoners, thugs, murderers, undesirables of their original country.
Come back
And
anytime if you need a remedy.
as time goes on, generations get made, and so you can't really call the people that were necessarily or working in those conditions being forced and born into that. Their forefathers and their grandfathers might have been they might have done horrible things in their homeland, but like at the end of the day, are you gonna put their what is it? You're gonna put the sins of the father on the innocence of the children? But I mean, that happened for a long time. It's still technically going on. You're talking about racism? It's not just racism. It's more of like a way of thinking. But I'm not necessarily advocating for it, but it still goes on. There are very much some places in here where they would, they still do the, you still got the KKK, you still got lynchings and stuff like that. I'm not saying it makes it right, but it's still practiced, even though, you know, illegal. But where there's people with money and power, there are ways to get around the law and rules and regulations. But you gotta look at, how things were, how they got there, the different conditions that were kind of placed on those people. You can't just look at it from the now, you gotta look at it from the then, and how it got to the now. Oh, I'm from California, my man. But I guess what I'm referring to is the different, you call it Southern America? Not like South America like the continent, but like the southern region of the United States. That shit, depending on where you go, I mean, you could even call it some remote areas as well. That shit's still practiced. It still goes on. Just because it's been abolished and like we you know, we give them equal rights and all that, people still view them as lesser. And maybe as like the new generation forms, we can transcend it, but you still have those old people, those boomers, you can't really call them boomers, who they're stuck in their ways and they put that onto their children, and it's up to the children to kind of see past their lies. But like, you still get a lot of people indoctrinated into the faith that is racism. So as much as I would wish that shit wouldn't exist, because it was practiced, because it was done, it'll probably still keep going on for a while, man. I mean, you can watch documentaries on this. I think there's some Vice videos about what I'm talking about on YouTube themselves. I don't want to say it's particularly Louisiana. You look at areas like Mississippi, not Arkansas, maybe not in Alabama particularly, or Georgia. Florida's just fucking crazy. Oh, you get over the Mississippi River, even in Texas. And I guess racism isn't just like necessarily applied towards black people. You have people exploiting the Hispanic folk, the Latinos, or you know, people from Mexico, especially in like Texas. I mean, that's kind of like a border state, so there's kind of influx from both sides. I mean, you got what is it, like Texas and Mexican cultures, like there's like an intermingle. You call it Texicana or Texican. I mean, even going up as far as into some other states too, they'll migrate up north and stuff, and people will kind of exploit them as cheap labor, because not all of them have like their legal documents and stuff. So it's like, I can get you to do the work of like a professional that I would pay a decent wage to, when I could, you know, pay you a small percentage of that. Yeah. Okay, bro. Bye. I'm going because I want to complete my homework. Hey man, I hope you get your homework finished, my man. It shouldn't take you too long. Recently, California has experienced an earthquake. I know, it flipped. Well, it was also on fire too. I mean, it does. It is like, what do you call it? The Pacific Rim. It's like near a tectonic plate or a fault line. I mean, some people say eventually, like, the tectonic plates are gonna shift and like a rift's gonna collapse and California's gonna turn into an island. Well, they're also in like a major drought. They have a severe lack of water.
Come to chat with an old woman, hmm? Do your good deed for the day?
I mean, I'd be happy to talk more about whatever discussion you want to go into, but I gotta go walk my dog. He needs to go outside and go pee. But I mean, I like having these discussions like that, 'cause, you know, we're both humans. We have our own, you know, set of beliefs, but we can kind of like have a conversation, have some sort of dialect between the two, exchange ideas, learn about humanity and different societies and cultures as a whole. But I'll do that when I get back. I mean, I hope I didn't necessarily offend you, but I didn't necessarily say I was like the word or the law in the situation. I merely talk about what I know or I've heard, and as we, you know, have discussions, my way of thinking can evolve. You know, I can learn more. I always like to discover what the truth really means, but I often find that what the truth really is and what we're told are always two different things. And it takes one to go out and discover how it was kind of manipulated and contorted to suit an agenda, to really figure out, you know, it's like a knot. You know, the truth is like a rope, and mankind has twisted that truth into different knots and stuff to tie down whatever ship it's sailing on at any given moment. But yeah, weed's really popular over here on this side of the states. I can't necessarily say I condone it, but I mean it can definitely help people with certain disorders and conditions to live and feel like they're living a normal life. Do I not have any more comments? No? Okay. I mean, my rule of thumb, I guess, with it all, different drugs can be like a narcotic that can be very intoxicating, but don't get yourself so intoxicated you can't necessarily be reliable when situations unfold, 'cause you're never really gonna know when things go wrong, and if you're too messed up to handle a situation or like an emergency, you're too, you know, messed up to begin with. So I guess that's kind of where I draw. If you can kind of keep yourself, what's the word? Pump the brakes on it, like don't get so weird. You're just gonna sit there and like say you were out in the wilderness doing it. If like a big cat or like a mountain lion comes up, could you, you know, defend yourself, or are you gonna be so out of it that you're just gonna be like passed out and it's just gonna come up and eat you? Like that's basically nature just offing you out of your own misdoings.
You're someone who... blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
But I mean, before that, homie was talking about the different places and like different sites you could see over in India. Do you know of any like ancient architects or like ancient architects? Anything discovered in like archaeology that's been lost to the times? I've always been fascinated with stuff you can dig up out of the ground. Everything's got a story to tell.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
You've been a good... Take a look. Good. Doing business with you. Welcome, the finest weapons and armor. Mm-hmm.
Oh, what happened?
Let me know if you see anything you like. Every trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of... Do come back.
Wait. I know...
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away. Pardon me. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients? Come back anytime if you need a remedy. I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service. I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content. I offer remedies for ailments both common and rare. Do let me know if I can be of service. I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you. You'll find tonics, salves, poultices, and potions on my shelves. Browse to your heart's content. I offer remedies for ail. Do let me know if I can be of service. I sell cures for all ills, and I'll be happy to serve you.
Spread his holy word. Got a lot of steel to ship. Gods be praised. Gods be praised. We got Wait, I know you.
Better this one than me.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend? I am your sword and your shield.
Good to see. It has. Here, this is your heart. I'll be here, my dear. Yes, love?
Mama, you're back! Did you bring me anything? Wow! This is great! Wow, thanks!
What do you need, my Thane?
Yes? got that fire under control, right?
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
Come to chat with an old woman, hmm? Do your good deed.
You're someone looking to protect yourself or deal some damage. Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
I am your sword and your shield. What do you need, my Thane?
I don't care how many colleges they build.
We don't get many people like you visiting Winterhold. Usually it's elves.
Look, I'm busy. Please go bother somebody else.
If there's anything you need, just let me know. See ya.
Shouldn't leave.
By the gods, no!
My job. This should come in handy. Here, let me show you a few tricks I've learned about buttering up royalty. Azura's wisdom to you, friend.
I don't care how many colleges they build.
Safe
or
travel.
how much the sea swallows up. I'll outlast them all.
Keep clear of the college. And keep yourself out of trouble. There are stories about you. Dark tidings.
What do you need?
The college is an asset to Skyrim, even if it goes unnoticed. Now I'll show you to your quarters. You're going to be sharing space with your fellow apprentices, who you'll meet shortly. This is where you'll be staying. This bed and desk are yours. Please try and be considerate of others. Now, let's go back to the Hall of the Elements, where most of the members gather for lectures and study sessions. After I finish showing you the grounds, we can talk. Initially, you'll be learning from Tolfdir, one of our most esteemed wizards. Tolfdir is likely already addressing the new apprentices. Go on in, and if you have any problems, let one of our senior members know.
What you learn here will last you a lifetime. Several, if you're talented. It's no secret that the college's reputation in Skyrim is tainted. Now, if you'll excuse me.
You are new, yes? Have you mastered the expert-level distraction spells yet? Is it? Jizargo hoped there might be one who could keep pace with his accomplishments. There is much for Jizargo, to be sure. There is skill in magic, there is charm, and there is a strong will. Jizargo will be successful. Of this there is no doubt.
Before you even ask, yes, I have an ancestry steeped in magic, and no, I don't want to talk about it. Yes, I know Winterhold used to be full of my kind, and no, I don't care that they're all gone now. Does that cover everything? No, I suppose we haven't. Brillina Marion of House Telvanni. Now I'm here to study conjuration. That's what's important. I know I can't tell if he expects me to blow myself up or to try and murder him.
So, as
but
I
he
was
clearly
saying,
doesn't trust any of us.
Enchanting services are one of the few things that keep us... You've already learned all I could teach you.
Unless you can control it, it can and will.
New here too, eh? I'd hoped I wouldn't be the only Nord, but I should have known better. Magic is shunned by most. If it can't be swung over your head and used to crack skulls, magic is seen... No offense. Well, throw in the... And finally, take the fact that the college is the only thing left standing. I know he's from the Thalmor. I also know that no one really believes that. I've been trying to avoid him, honestly. All right,
Sir,
then.
I think we all understand that fairly well. We wouldn't be here if we couldn't control magic.
Of course, my dear, of course. You all certainly possess some inherent natural ability. That much is not being questioned. What I'm talking about is true control, mastery of magic. It takes years, if not decades, of practice and study.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started.
Please, please. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Eagerness must be tempered with caution, or else disaster is inevitable.
But we've only just arrived here. You've no idea what any of us are capable of. Why not give us a chance to show you what we can do?
You've been quiet so far. What do you think we should do?
I'm not really sure what to think.
Well, your classmates certainly seem to disagree with you.
No, don't listen to her. We can do it. Just give us a chance.
All right, let's settle down. I suppose we can try something practical. In continuing with our theme of safety, we'll start with war. protective spells that block magic. I'll teach you all a ward, and we'll see if you can successfully use it to block spells, all right? Would you mind helping me with the demonstration? Are you at all familiar with ward spells? That's what this lesson is for. Now, if you'll just stand right over there, I'll cast a spell at you, and you block... Over there, please, just opposite me. Wouldn't want anyone else in the way. You have to keep your ward up, or else this won't work. I don't want to hurt you. Over there, please, just opposite me. Wouldn't want anyone else in the way. Now, cast the ward spell, and keep it up. Hold still. Excellent work. Well, I think this is an excellent start. I'd like you all to continue practicing with wards, please. I think perhaps we're ready to begin exploring some of the various applications of magic throughout history. The college has undertaken a fascinating excavation in the ruins of Sarthal nearby. It's an excellent learning opportunity. I suggest we meet there in a few hours and see what awaits us inside. That's all for now. Thank you.
I have many important things on my mind.
You are now in the Arcanium, of which I am in charge. It might as well be my own little plane of oblivion. Disrupt my Arcanium, and I will have you torn apart by angry Atronachs. Now, do you require assistance? If you're feeling adventurous, I'm always looking for someone to procure valuable books from some more danger. Well, all right, here. I scribbled down the last place I'd heard about. Check it out, but be careful. As a matter of fact, there are. Have you ever heard of Shaolin? Immensely powerful mage, back in the First Era. Had an understanding of magic few have ever matched. He holed himself up in Labyrinthian and devoted all his time to research and study, but more than you would imagine possible. Since then, his writings have been scattered all over Skyrim, but are little use to anyone who can't translate them. I'm one of the few who can. I've heard whispers of more of his work having turned up. If you can track it down, it may prove useful to all of us. Please make sure your hands are clean before touching anything, all right? Fight well.
What you learn here will last you a lifetime. I care little for idle conversation. If you require assistance with summoning techniques, please let me know. If you would, please also contain your summons to the college grounds. The locals do not need to be agitated further by Atronachs roaming their town. The summoning of undead is even less advisable outside the college. Not within society, no. Many who practice within the school of conjuration do so on their own, secretly. Thalion is the only one I know who is public about what he does. He was once my teacher here, but left the college years ago. He didn't like the Archmage, hated dealing with him, hated having to answer to him. Thalion said he hated what this place was becoming. I understand he settled down in Hjalmarch, and his presence there caused something of a problem. He didn't like the Archmage, hated dealing with him, hated having to answer to him. Thalion said he hated what this place was becoming, so he just left. Arin found a note on his desk, and that was it. I understand he settled down in Hjalmarch, and his presence there caused... I'll teach you some of what I know, but be careful. So, you wish to master the arcane arts? All right, then.
I think the college... It's lies. All of it. I don't care what she told you. It's all lies. Feralda, don't act like she didn't say anything. I know her. My problem with her... She's threatened by me, but she is not going... She's trying to undermine my confidence, make me doubt myself. Well, it won't work,
You know,
I tell you.
they say knowledge is its... Take a look.
All right, then.
Illusion. Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them. I shall explain to you the mysteries of the Outer Realms. Farewell. You know, they say knowledge is its own reward. If only... Spells and incantations for those with the talent to cast them. Mm-hmm.
Wait, I know you. You've been a good... Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage? Return any time. You're quite welcome here.
You gonna buy? Take a look.
Come back when you're ready to spend more gold. Goodness knows I could use it.
Welcome to the Pond Prawn. Come on in, take a look around. May the go... Some may call this junk. Me? Well, oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
I know you.
This place... Where's my head? I swear if I... In fact, I need to arrange for someone to pick up an ore sample for me in Shore Stone. Goodness knows Elgrim won't lift a finger to do it. You won't? Speak to Filnyar in Shore Stone. He's got some sort of ore sample he wants us to... I know how to mix a few basic potions, but I'm nowhere near as skilled as a master alchemist. Have you managed? Excellent. Thank you. I'll be sure to put it to good... I hope... Ah, so you're an alchemist then. Take a look. The road to Shore Stone could be dangerous.
You here for lessons like in... So, you're interested in my potions and ingredients? yes, goodbye.